Welcome back. We are now starting the third panel of the day. The theme of the panel is Predictable, Safe, and Accessible Ocean. And I would like to invite my friend Cristiano Chiesi from the School of Arts, Sciences, and Humanities of the University of São Paulo to take the lead and moderate the panel, inviting all our invited speakers to take the floor. So the floor is yours.
So good afternoon, everyone. Huge pleasure to be here. As Alex mentioned, I'm based at the School of Arts, Sciences, and Humanities, multidisciplinary unit of the University of São Paulo, as you can imagine. My group work on reconstructing past ocean variables, physical variables, biologic variables of the oceans of the past, covering time scales like going from decades to millions of years. But our ultimate goal is not the reconstruction per se, but is to feed other groups that are very much interested on producing better projections to make oceans predictable. So, but what do we talk about when we say predictable, safe, and accessible ocean? This is not simple. Everyone probably has its own concepts. And now I'll share my concepts in a nutshell, very briefly. And this may give us some common background to attend to this session and hear to our very interesting talks that we will have later on. So for predictable, I would say that we may include all activities to systematically collect, store, and analyze essential ocean variables. Physical variables, geological variables, biological variables, biogeochemical variables, ecosystem data that help to identify past and present and project future spatial and temporal patterns and trends in the oceans. Activities necessary to reach a safe ocean may include to identify the risks and assess the effectiveness of measures to prevent losses of lives, property, infrastructure, and environmental assets for sure. And finally, those activities that may reach an accessible ocean include to invest in the collection, curation, and dissemination of samples and data, as well as all the practices behind open science approaches, including communication strategies. Having said that, I will invite Alberto Piola, an oceanographer based at the University of Buenos Aires, whose main research topic include large ocean circulation.
Thank you, Cristiano. Thanks to FAPESP for inviting me here, and it's been a pleasure so far. And also thanks to Alex for inviting me to this panel. My presentation is not the one I see in my screen. So. Anyways, while the presentation is being searched, I'd like to say that my plan for this brief presentation is to step back and think about very basic issues that make the South Atlantic a distinct ocean basin. It is loosely connected to the predictability, the safety, and the accessibility of the information for the future. Yeah, not Luis Felipe, so that's a problem. And I know nothing about developing marine-based products for human health. though I may need them. I wonder if this talk is more interesting than mine, and perhaps I should address. Yeah, that's not me. The clock is ticking. I presume this time will be allocated to Luis Felipe. Yeah, that looks more familiar. So this is the well-known. Okay, great. So as a physical oceanographer, my talk is going to be addressing, as you might expect, more physical problems. And being a blue water oceanographer, seagoing person, I'm kind of very loosely connected to the directly human populations along the coast. I would argue, however, that many of the issues that I will address are basically connected to humanity at large. And some of the outstanding features of the South Atlantic I'll start listing them, and this is a very biased and incomplete list of subjects, and many colleagues in the room probably can add to the list things that I hope will not be more important than the ones that I chosen. One of the main factors that characterizes the South Atlantic is that, in contrast with all other basins that I can think of, it presents two hotspots of mesoscale variability. One is dear to us living in the Western basin, is the high energy. Oh, okay, so what is it for? Just to address a person? Okay, good, no problem, no problem. One is the well-known Brazil-Malvinas confluence, which is a hotspot of mesoscale variability. And when I say mesoscale, I mean, timescales of maybe 10 to 100 days and maybe 100 kilometers, typically 100 kilometers. These are large-scale meanders of the mean currents, but also detached eddies that are so relevant. These eddies are relevant for a number of reasons. They mix subtropical and subantarctic waters. They promote vertical circulations that bring nutrients up to the surface, so they modulate the growth of phytoplankton. They carry anomalies, warm or cold anomalies that actually also modulate the low levels of the atmospheric circulation. There are colleagues here from INPE that are experts looking at the mixed layers in the ocean, how they interact with the lower atmosphere in very much more detail than I could. Then there is another hotspot, however, in the South Atlantic, which is related to the leakage of Indian Ocean water, which is referred to as the Agulhas leakage. And that's, well, I cannot point, but it's there south of Africa, where Indian Ocean thermocline waters and intermediate waters intrude into the South Atlantic. And as this happens, it's mostly forming eddies. And these eddies form along the path of the Agulhas retroflexion, drift across the basin, and eventually reach the coast of Brazil near the south equatorial current bifurcation. And they actually also then end up modulating, carrying energy to the Brazil current and to the North Brazil current. So the basin is very strange in that regard. And obviously the reason for this is just the continent configuration and the wind patterns. Those are the two elements that create this curious aspect of the South Atlantic. In addition to the mesoscale variability, I would also include in the list the fact that, in contrast with all other oceans, the South Atlantic also has two hotspots of primary production, and that is associated with a well-known eastern boundary current upwelling along the coast of Africa again. So that's the Benguela, Angola, Namibia upwelling system, where many of the fisheries of the basin are host. But also in the western basin, we have an additional upwelling hotspot that's associated with the Malvinas current and the way this current interacts with the bottom, and that creates a permanent shelf break front along the offshore region of Patagonia. Another significant issue of the South Atlantic that is associated with these patterns is that the connectivity with other ocean basins. So let's see if the animation works. So at the surface, the typical anticyclonic circulation is present, and that, as many colleagues here know, is associated with the curl of the wind stress. Essentially, the trade winds in the north and the westerlies in the south create this anticyclonic circulation. So, but that's not a particularity of the South Atlantic. What's particular of the South Atlantic is that there's waters leaking into the gyre. There's subantarctic waters derived from Drake Passage and the Malvinas Current. There are the subtropical Indian Ocean waters that participate in the Agulhas leakage. And then there is a loss of mass in the north associated to the North Brazil Current feeding the waters in the upper layer that flow into the North Atlantic. So this gyre is not just dependent on the wind stress, it's very much dependent on the wind stress and these diverse pathways that contribute mass and properties to the circulation. Yet, the South Atlantic is also particular for a vigorous meridional overturning. So in addition to the upper layers circulation, which is depicted schematically in this figure, there is a flow of North Atlantic deep waters to the south. And it is this cell that people refer to when they talk about the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. But this is really part of a global system that introduces deep water into the other ocean basins as well. No other place in the ocean, in the world ocean, there is convection in this magnitude to the deep waters, and this oxygenates the deep ocean. It carries CO2, including anthropogenic CO2 and other greenhouse gases, to the deep ocean, where it can be stored away from the interaction with the atmosphere for decades or centuries, and becoming closer to the scales that Cristiano is interested in. But also, in addition to this part of the meridional overturning, there is an additional meridional overturning cell, which is the southern cell, or the abyssal cell, as people call it. And that is something that is very interesting. This is the source of the densest waters in the world ocean. As being the densest, they obviously occupy the bottom, and as occupying the bottom, its pathways are very much determined by the bottom topography, and where the bottom topography develops cracks and regions in which the water can flow. And it is the Argentine and the Argentine and Brazil basins that host most of the Antarctic bottom water of the world ocean. And this water, of course, upwells and feeds back into the green arrows here identified as North Atlantic deep water. So the summary is here, this list of topics, which is, as I said at the beginning, it's biased and incomplete, but it's my list anyway. This is something I think we should take advantage of, and every time we write a proposal about the South Atlantic, at least as physical oceanographers, as biogeochemists that are concerned about the large-scale features of the ocean, we need to keep these features back in our heads. As a result of this three-dimensional circulation, if you build a cross-section from South America to South Africa, this is an example from early 2017. So in the summer of 2017, the vessel Marian from Germany collected these samples. Sabrina was a co-chief scientist of that cruise, and maybe some other people that are in the room participated in this cruise. And this is just how the salinity section looks like. And it's very complex. You have maxima, minima, and this juxtaposition of ocean layers goes all the way from the top of the ocean to the bottom. And as physical oceanographers, we label this maxima and minima with the funny names, upper circumpolar deep water. And this is just the salinity, but also oxygen, phosphate, nitrates, they all have their signatures. So the deep ocean is very actively producing these extrema and maintaining these extrema through that complex system of currents in the meridional sense. Interestingly, if you try to compute the way the waters flow at each particular region, you'll find it's basically full of eddies. There is not much you can gain regarding the mean, the time mean, long-term mean of the ocean from just a simple snapshot. However, when you integrate zonally along the line, you end up with a very simple pattern of circulation. And I'd like you to concentrate on the black curve. The other two curves don't really matter that much for this talk. So the positive values are basically representing northward flow, and that's the upper part of the water column. So it's in the AAIW, SACW, and SW, and the names don't really matter. That water moves northward on average, and that flow to the north is compensated by a similar flow to the south, except for the bottom layer, which indicates the northward flow again of the bottom waters, the densest waters in the world of the world ocean. We have built in the last couple of decades a lot of knowledge around this cell. This cell is significant for the reasons I mentioned earlier. So, this cell carries heat northward. The South Atlantic, to add to our previous list, is also unique in the sense that it's the only ocean basin where heat is carried in the wrong direction. Henry Stommel, back in the 1980s, said the South Atlantic is an abnormal ocean. And that was the reason that he labeled that. And it's the fact that the heat in the South Atlantic moves towards the heat source. The heat source on Earth is in the tropics, in the low latitudes. And the South Atlantic moves heat from the poleward region to the tropical region. Of course, there's nothing magical about that. It's basically directly linked to the circulation cell that I described earlier. In the last couple of decades, we built a program to observe this circulation, and that is known as the Samba-Samok line, and it's a line that does not only collect snapshots as the one I showed from the Marian, but also time series observations. And this is schematically how the array looks like up in the map, and the different symbols are basically identifying different types of instruments that allow us to reconstruct the way, the direction the current flows. And so now we have a time series. This is just one example of that time series. The variability is absolutely crazy. Nobody fully understands what's going on. There's maxima, the units there, the SV, are millions of cubic meters per second. And just for the record, the Amazon, on its highest outflow, reaches about 200,000 cubic meters per second. These flows are about 20 million cubic meters per second. So compare that. And the peak-to-peak variability, not only there is a lot of variability, the flow actually reverses, and it reverses quite often. So sometimes the red curve is mass transport, so how much water moves in each direction. But it's very highly correlated to the heat transport as well. So when the flow is positive northward, the heat moves northward. When the flow is negative, it moves southward, and the heat also will move southward. And the peak-to-peak variability for the heat transport is a number that doesn't tell anything except for the specialists, and so I'm not going to give it. And the bottom time series presents similar variability, and that's the bottom cell, the abyssal cell, associated with the Antarctic bottom water. So my time is running out. That's not the only uniqueness of the South Atlantic. The Western Basin is also a hotspot in terms of global warming. The ocean is warming, we all know that. The atmosphere is also warming. Most of the energy of the climate system is stored in the ocean, and the Western South Atlantic is one of the regions that is warming faster than any other region. The units here are degrees Celsius per decade. And so when you see the dark brown there color along the path of the Brazil current, that essentially probably associated, we think, associated with the expansion of the subtropical gyre, and this is also associated with the global warming through the southern displacement of the maximum westerly winds and the increasing intensity of the Hadley cell and so forth. The warming is not restricted to the sea surface. As part of the SAMOC array, here's two examples of deep ocean warming. These are observations from Bima Channel. From the upper figure is a time series that takes several decades. Yeah, time's over. And the bottom time series, I'm finishing now, the bottom time series is the only hourly time series that is about 10 years long. It's actually now reaching 15 years long, but we haven't got the data for the rest of the time series yet. There's too many institutions and funding bodies that allowed this project to succeed. But I'd like to finish saying that this is only possible through very strong national collaboration and multidisciplinary collaboration between institutions. Thank you.
I'd like to briefly emphasize how timely this is. Last year, close to the end of the year, there was the very first paper in the literature claiming, if you want, that the AMOC may collapse within this century. That's Ditlevsen and Ditlevsen. I mean, was published in Nature. It's not something to just, just hide from us, okay? All right, thank you very much, Alberto. And now I would like to invite Claudia Simeonato, also an oceanographer based at the University of Buenos Aires and CONICET. And among her main research topics are regional numerical modeling.
Yes, thank you. Okay, hello, good afternoon. Thank you to the FAPESP, to the organizers for the opportunity of being here, to Juan Sala for the invitation to come to represent our country and our research in this significant meeting. During the next minutes, I will speak a little bit about, in the frame of a predictable ocean, I will speak about our activities related to ocean forecasting. What are we doing in Argentina and what opportunities I see in the frame of PROASA for collaboration. To start, I will define what is operational oceanography. Operational oceanography is the activity of providing estimates of ocean variables for the past, for the present, and for the future state of the oceans. It is a difficult task that involves a number of activities going from the collection of observations, the modeling of the current ocean state, short-range predictions, and ocean reanalysis. This of reanalysis is quite important. Reanalysis are the best information that we can build about the state, the past state of the ocean, built in the base of a combination between observations and modeling. It is very important because it extends the range of the observations to places and to moments where we do not have data. So it is very important. And finally, operational oceanography also involves scientific verification. The aim of this science is to provide products and information to stakeholders. And it makes the task very difficult because you have to provide services on a routine and interrupted basis, that is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, all the time. So it's not easy. Therefore, you can imagine that the successful implementation of this involves many people and many organizations. It cannot be done without the cooperation among a lot of people. There are many types of operational ocean and forecasting systems. For instance, waves, sea level and storm surges, ocean circulation, biogeochemistry, and sea ice. Why do we need this kind of systems? Evidently, to enable marine policy implementation, to support sustainable growth, and also for scientific innovation. The importance of ocean monitoring and forecasting systems is societal. It is the information that can be provided this way is used to solve a number of problems, going from operational services, issues related with hazards, tsunamis, storm surges, high waves, coastal services, navigation, energy, issues related to climate like ocean heat, sea level rise, sea ice, also issues being related to marine ecosystem health, ocean health, marine biodiversity, conservation, food. This way, the development of these systems is a response to a broad societal demand. During the last few decades, the science at a global level has advanced towards progressively more complex, more realistic, and more complete applications at a global scale. For instance, Mercator Ocean or HICOM are good examples of this. Nevertheless, there is still a need of regional models for coastal applications to solve problems at a local scale. This is, in fact, one of the aims of the Decade of the Oceans for Sustainable Development, with the creation of a program for this that is named Coast Predict program. Which is the situation in Argentina in relation with this issue? The National Meteorological Service and the Hydrographic Service of the Navy in our country are responsible for providing the forecast to society. Nevertheless, both institutions, and particularly the National Meteorological Service, that is the one that has the larger capability in computers in Argentina, suffers from a scarcity of human resources, and therefore they do not have people that can fully dedicate to this. And this has limited very much during the last year the quality and the amount of the products that are produced. On the other hand, it must be taken into account that the implementation of these services is very extensive, and already mentioned that needs the convergence of multiple actors. So actors precisely from the academia and from the service, the convergence of both of them. On the other hand, in Argentina, during the last years, scientific progress was done in what has to do with regional modeling and of ocean waves and sea level by diverse research groups, most of them related with FAPESP, the institution where I work. And this laid the foundation, the scientific foundations for the development of new state-of-the-art ocean forecasting systems, at least for those variables. In this frame, the Pampa Azul initiative of Argentina made the call for projects. These were quite big projects, so that was important. These projects were called PIDT. This stands for Research and Technology Development Projects. And in the frame, this provided an opportunity to take profit of the links that we already made within the Argentinian research community to submit an interinstitutional proposal. The aim of this proposal is a joint work between institutions to form a network of science, technology, and innovation organizations to develop, implement, and above all, to give support and continuity to state-of-the-art operational ocean forecasting systems in co-production with the National Meteorological Service of our country. In this project, We have about 50 researchers participating and a number of technicians. These come from several institutions, many of them related to FAPESP, like CIMA, the Hydrographic Service, the National Weather Service, but also we have other partners from the National Institute for Water, from the Faculty of Engineering of the University of Buenos Aires, and more recently, we incorporated people from the National University of Tierra del Fuego. This also the figure summarizes the activities in the frame of this project. I don't have much time to develop about all this, but we'll briefly explain. This is an interesting and different project. It is not completely scientific. It's a project that links academy with services for co-production, for cooperation to transfer results to society. The idea is to produce forecast and hindcast models for sea level and waves with very high resolution all along the coast, and with very high resolution and hot spots of economic and societal importance in our country. These models will have all the state-of-the-art technology. They are barotropic models, but will involve assimilation of data, will involve post-processing of the solutions, all the technology, they are really novel and modern models. The operation at operative level will be in charge of the National Meteorological Service. This is the only institution in Argentina that can do this. It's not easy. You have to do it all the days, every day, all along the year. The idea is to provide a free and open access of the generated information to society through a web portal that will be developed in the frame of the project. And we will also concentrate in the promotion of scientific development and training of human resources in ocean forecasting. I already mentioned that this is really a problem in Argentina. Finally, we plan to work with multiple potential users to motivate the use of the new tools, and particularly to induce, co-produce with them an analysis and a survey of our needs in order also to develop partnerships for future developments. You can see this way that PRONOMAR is a research and transference problem that is oriented to sustainable development. The information will be used to solve a wide range of problems and will become, we hope, an element to promote the sustainable development of the Argentinian Southwestern Atlantic continental shelf. The project was also built thinking in the future. Our development in the frame of PRONOMAR should be the basis for a future project to implement regional baroclinic models. These are models to provide other variables such as temperature and salinity. The availability of applications of this kind, we hope, also will open the door to a number of additional applications related, for instance, with fisheries and productivity. Our project got the endorsement of the Decade of the Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, in recognition that the project will play a role in supporting the mission of the decade to catalyze transformative science solutions for sustainable development. This is in the frame of the Coast Predict initiative. And we have been invited by this program to become a pilot site of this program. The project that will start with the initiative of Coast Predict is named Global Coast. Global Coast aims at demonstrating the value of an integrated and fit-for-purpose coastal observing and prediction system that delivers innovative products and services for coastal resilience in collaboration with local stakeholders. The idea of Global Coast is to coordinate the implementation and integration of the science and technology advances codes predict in a range of contrasting regions of the global ocean using best practice principles in observing, data management, modeling, and co-design. And also, the idea is to lay the foundations for regional collaborations among countries. What opportunities for this do I see in the frame of PROASA? At least from Argentinians' point of view, there are two main aspects that are limiting the development of ocean forecast models in our region that could be considered in this course in regards with the issue. My talk later will be complemented with the view from the Brazilian side of our colleagues, so we will be able to share more tomorrow, I hope. We have a scarcity of trained human resources, so any effort related to improve this aspect will be very, very important and significant. And also, I had to stress the need for ocean state observation on an operational basis. This is fundamental because the models work well in the amount, on the extent that observations are available. Otherwise, they are not really good. So we need observations on an operational basis. The topic also represents an excellent opportunity for regional cooperation between institutions from Brazil and from Argentina, obviously, aiming to provide solutions for the entire Western Atlantic coast and maybe in the future even in Antarctica. I should stress that future developments will not be possible without a framework of international collaboration, as those provided by international programs like Coast Predict, and in this sense, the participation of South American countries of the Atlantic coast could be promoted by activities such as PROASA. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claudia. I mean, saying a few words about the need of forecasting for a predictable ocean, I think it's not necessary. But for a safe ocean, it is of huge importance and not always considered. So thank you very much for your consideration. So now I will invite Marcelo Dottori, who is a physicist and based at the University of São Paulo, whose main research topic include mesoscale ocean circulation. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for FAPESP and TUA for the meeting. Just complementing, I work mainly on coastal dynamics at the Oceanographic Institute. And before I start my presentation, I talked to Claudia last week to share what we would present here. And we figured that basically we were going to present something that was very similar. And some of the ideas here I will repeat because they are really very important. And I'll try to give some more information about this very important topic that is predictable, safe, and accessible ocean. And let's go. When we talk about a predictable, safe, and accessible ocean, basically we are talking about a predictable ocean. If you have a predictable ocean, you can make it safe and accessible. I think that's the key for this main topic. And how we do that? Well, that's basically, that was said in the presentation that we had before. We can do that doing numerical modeling. The idea is very simple. It's basically what we have when we check the weather prediction. And if you can remember, I don't know, about 10, 15 years ago, if you try to use the weather prediction to plan a trip to the beach, maybe you could have some problems because you cannot plan anything much in advance. Like if you plan, if you check the weather prediction for a week later, probably you had a good chance of having the weather completely different of that prediction. And right now, weather prediction is much better. And I think we should have that as a target for the ocean as well. We have some initiatives here in São Paulo. I would say the one that we run at the Oceanographic Institute at my lab, the PROASA. There's another one at another university at Unisanta. some initiatives in the Atlantic Ocean. Those are local initiatives, regional modeling, and of course, global ocean models like HICOM, Mercator, NEMO, OSCHA. You have a good set of models that give you real-time prediction of ocean variables like current, like temperature, like salinity. But the question is why we need these predictions. Basically, we have extreme events, we have coastal operations, we have climate change, and everything makes the prediction, makes numerical models very important in this scenario. I'll give you some idea about what these extreme events, how these extreme events have changed in the past, I would say, 30, 40 years, something like that. I'll emphasize here drought and flood, mainly flood that is related to ocean extreme events. And if you check, in between 1980 and 1999, 1,389 events, and between 2000 and 2019, we more than doubled the number of events. So this is becoming a very important issue that needs to be addressed. What that means in terms of money, in terms of economy, the cost that you have related to flood reached something about $651 billion between 2000 and 2019. And drought, not that much, but still $128 billion. And if you think about the number of people that are affected by these events, between the same period, you have 1.65 billion people affected by flood. Part of that, of those events related to ocean flood, and 1.43 billion people affected by drought. So those are very important issues. And again, it has not only an impact on the ocean, but also in socio-economic activities. Talking about flood, I believe that some figures here will give you a better idea what that means. This is a picture. It's not the best one, but you can have an idea. This is Santos at the coast of São Paulo in 2016, August 2016. There was a storm surge that covered the whole main avenue of Santos. You have the water entering some of the parking lots in several buildings. And this event was predicted by those models that I mentioned to you. We have also events that are a little bit more complicated, like Hurricane Katrina in 2005 and Hurricane Sandy in 2012. And that caused a lot of flood in New Orleans and New York, causing also loss of lives and infrastructure and so on. So this is a very important reason to understand, to predict how the ocean is going to behave, how it behaves, and it makes a big difference if you can tell when that event is going to happen. That's what would make us safe. Drought, talking about drought, we have, for instance, the atmospheric blocking of 2013-14. Some of you might remember we went through a period where water was rationed. We could not consume as much water as we wanted, at least here in the state of São Paulo. It was a big problem. Well, basically, this drought, not the drought, but the atmospheric blocking caused changes in currents in the region. It enhanced upwelling in the Cabo Frio region, for instance. It created high sea surface temperature around Santos and the southern coast of São Paulo state. And of course, it caused a very tough water crisis. And this is a picture also from one of the reservoirs here in São Paulo. So what we need to the main point is what an ocean forecast needs to be used, to be something that is actually useful. Of course, we need an ocean forecast that produces fast results. As soon as you know that you're going to have that kind of problem, the more time you have to somehow make that problem not that bad. And as important as a fast result, you also need a reliable result. It doesn't help if you have a result that is not very much like what you see in nature. You also need accessible results, because if you have those results only at your lab, it doesn't make any difference, right? And something that is very important, we need some connection with authorities, because if you don't talk to the responsible authorities to do something when you know that a very harmful event is going to happen, it's like knowing nothing. It doesn't make a difference if you don't do anything with that knowledge that you have. And the point is how to produce better results, better forecasts. And that's the main point where I believe PROASA can be a very good initiative. Well, of course, you can improve numerical models, and by improving numerical models, I'm not referring only to make a better code, but also we need to understand better the boundary conditions. We need to understand better how the ocean works to produce better models. We also need more observations. As mentioned by Claudia, I mean, something that is very useful today is it's the use of models that do some data assimilation. Basically, you measure something at the ocean and you put that information in your model so you can have better results in that case. But you need to measure. You need to go to the ocean. You need to do those observations. And something that is becoming more popular is introducing machine learning processes. I believe at this point, this kind of approach not largely spread yet, but I think that will be part of the future that we are aiming for numerical modeling, for numerical forecasts. And of course, we need more computational resource if you want to have better results and faster results. But I would like to say that data assimilation, which means observations, we need more observations, and machine learning processes is something that this initiative could help very much in helping to make these models working better. I think that's basically what I have to say right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marcelo. And I'll go straight on to our last speaker. That's Luis Felipe Pacero. He's a biologist based at the São Paulo State University. Please note this is a different university. The words are the same, São Paulo and university, but in a different order. It means it's a different university. Okay. And his main research topics include immunology and parasitology. So we are moving a little bit from this physical oceanography first, let's say, 3 talks.
Mais uso isso. Hello, good afternoon. I would like to thank Turra and FAPESP for the invitation, and it's a real pleasure to be here sharing my knowledge about immunology and parasitology in the context of marine ocean and marine resources. So I'm here to try to speak a little bit about developing marine-based products for human health. I think it's a bit challenging for me because, I think the most of you are oceanographist, and I am a biologist working in a different area. So it's a real challenge to be here and try to connect both things. So, to try to understand a practicable, safe, and accessible ocean in this context of developing new drugs for leishmaniasis, for neglected diseases, or other diseases, we need to think in at least two main sustainable development goals. The number 3, related to good health and well-being, as well as the number 14, that is associated with life below water. So in my area of expertise, I can see an intersection between these both objectives, these both goals. And it means that we need to preserve marine environment, and also we need to try to develop new marine-based products that can be used in human or even animal health, assuring, of course, the one health for all countries and biomes and ecosystems. So right now, I'd like to ask, would it be possible to develop products for human health by studying marine resources? This is a quite easy answer, because we are already using products enriched with marine-based products. For example, we have creams that we usually have been used in our skin, right? For example, sorry, it doesn't work. These both creams are enriched in marine seaweeds that are rich in antioxidant properties. So I think we are already using, and most of us doesn't know that we are using marine products. Marine organisms can also offer to us a lot of different bioactive compounds, like conus, for example, that the conotoxins, for example, was the base, was the base for the creation of this drug called PROASA, that has been used for severe pain. And also we have some molecules called, for example, spongotimidine and spongoiridine, isolated from this species of sponge, marine sponge, that I didn't like to say this name because it's really, really difficult to say that. For example, I don't know if I could say that, but the name, the scientific name is Tetia crypta. So it's a bit difficult to say that, but by isolating these both products, we developed AZT that has been used in HIV infections, and also acyclovir that has been used in herpes infection. So right now, can we develop other marine compounds that can be used in human health, especially for neglected tropical diseases like leishmaniasis? That is my main theme of work. And also on cancer, especially for glioblastoma. I am citing these both conditions, these both human conditions, because they are completely different, but they have a common point that we need to look for it. And because this common point that we can find in leishmaniasis and also in glioblastoma, I think we need to look for new drugs for both human conditions. And this intersection point between these both conditions, these both human conditions, is the lack of effective and safe treatments. So basically, we need to produce and develop new drugs for both conditions. Of course, around the world, the globe, we have another conditions, human conditions or animal conditions, that we need to look for new drugs. But especially leishmaniasis, we can find in very in very countries located in between tropical and subtropical zones. And glioblastoma, of course, we can find around the globe. So it's urgent to find new drugs for both human conditions, for both diseases. So with this in mind, in collaboration with Professor João Varela and Carolina Bruno de Souza from Universidade do Algarve in Portugal, we try to isolate some bioactive compounds from the brown seaweed Cistoseira baccata in this image. And Carolina came to São Paulo, and here we isolated different compounds, different bioactive compounds. And one of them, called meroditerpenoid, was highly active on the parasite that causes leishmaniasis. In addition, this compound, this meroditerpenoid, was not toxic for human cells. So taking this, gathering these both results, we found a very interesting molecule to be developed as an antiparasitic agent. How about glioblastoma? In the coastal area of Espírito Santo State, in collaboration with Professor João Lago from UFABC University, we collected in Castelhano City the red seaweed called Laurencia aldigensis. And Professor João, that is a phytochemistry, purified 3 different compounds called aldigenin A, B, and C. Especially aldigenin A was highly active on glioblastoma tumor cells, representing here in my picture, and kill glioblastoma cells with only 6 micrograms per ml. In contrast, temozolomide, that is the conventional drug used in chemotherapy, killed glioblastoma tumor cells with 52 micrograms per ml. So it means that aldigenin A was at least 8.6 times more active than temozolomide, that is a conventional drug used in chemotherapy. So these results suggest that this marine compound in special can be considered as an interesting class of natural compounds that can be used in the future, of course, to be developed as an anti-cancer drug. And how about marine resources from Antarctica region? Well, honestly, I've never been there. I'm not an expert in this ecosystem. And after being invited, I updated my knowledge on this area. And I read some articles that I think this region can be considered a real hotspot. For example, the study conducted by Mukanji showed that soil samples, just pieces of samples, are rich in bacteria species as well as fungal species. So I think this area is, at least from a microbial point of view, super biodiverse. This is another interesting study conducted by Sabina Byrne. The group collected different species of marine sponges in Antarctica region and produced different extracts with these sponges. And these extracts, they were active on tumor cells and also against multi-resistant bacteria and also against pathogenic fungi. So this is a very interesting work because for the first time they showed that multi-resistant bacteria could be killed by using extracts produced with marine sponges from Antarctica region. Despite of that, we have produced really few articles on the matter of bioactive. Sorry, did I? No. Okay. So going back to this article, besides the biodiversity in Antarctic region, we have few articles produced along the time, as we can see in these graphics. So I think and I believe that we need to go there and try to produce and try to characterize more bioactive compounds from Antarctica resources, especially for these types of diseases that drugs are really rare, as is the case of leishmaniasis and glioblastoma, for example. So, in summary, we think that we are talking about a really biodiverse environment, the Antarctic region, but we have few studies that have been produced over the years in terms of molecular diversity, that we can use this molecular diversity to employ in different applications. We also need to remember that extreme weathers may put organisms, especially microorganisms, under pressure. And when microorganisms are under pressure, they produce special classes of compounds that can be used in terms of pharmacology. And also, we need to think that we are living in a strange moment that microbes, that multi-resistant microbes are emerging. So I think we need to prepare our arsenal, our molecular arsenal, to fight against this microscope universe. So I think that's all. And to finish, I'd like to say my thank you to my group of study and all my collaborators. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Felipe. And one may ask, why we have a pathologist and immunologist on this session? Please keep in mind that we have to have an accessible ocean. They have to have access to all this huge biodiversity in order to find so important compounds that may help millions of people. All right, so I'd like to invite to the table Alberto, Claudia, Marcelo, and Felipe. Please take a seat. Hello. Okay, so we can now start with the question and answers.
I want to make a comment regarding.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to make a comment regarding your comment of what are forecast models useful for. And I do not fully agree with you that forecast models are only useful for making oceans safer or more accessible. I think that actually these models also help to make the ocean more predictable. These models, even though these models provide solutions for forecast or for a few days, 2 to 3 days, actually models are also used, models that incorporate observation, that simulate data, are also used to produce images of the past state of the oceans, even in places where you do not have data. And these are the reanalysis. And these are very, very powerful tools to understand how the things are marching in the frame of a climate that is changing and in the frame of large variability in interannual to interdecadal scales. So these models can help you to make ocean more predictable, even for waves, even for storm surges. Are we expecting to have larger storm surges in the frame of a Niño year, for instance? These are kinds of observations that you can get from these models too. So short-term forecasts, for sure, are going to make the ocean safer, but the reanalyses are also useful to understand the ocean and therefore to make it more predictable. So, thank you.
Absolutely agree. And sorry if I didn't express it myself correctly. So I absolutely agree with
Okay,
you.
thank
So we have a first question there, right?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I have a question to Alberto. So you gave a great lecture about the importance of the South Atlantic and what are its distinguishing features. How about the Southern Ocean? Not only coastal Antarctica, as we've been talking about, but this vast expanse of ocean around Antarctica. Why is it important, and why is it important for a program like this to expand observations and knowledge about its dynamics?
Thank you, Cesar. I did not make a distinction between the South Atlantic and the Southern Ocean. The southern portion of the South Atlantic, or if you wish, the Southern Ocean, is important in many aspects. One is, I briefly touch on that, referring to the Antarctic bottom water. It is formed in the Weddell Sea continental shelf by a number of processes. So that's a direct link. We have sources of water from Antarctica flowing just off the state of Sao Paulo in the Brazil basin, as you know. That water is warming. Nobody knows why or how, whether it's vertical mixing or is it advection from the source. We don't have even models to address that yet. There is very, very poor understanding of how the deep ocean is warming. We know that it is, and we know that that's important because it's a resource of energy for the global, for the climate system, essentially. Of course, that is also the most likely region where most of the North Atlantic deep water upwells, and that's linked to the wind system with the accelerating westerlies. I would say that there is an integrated significance of the high latitude oceans in the South Atlantic, and probably more than in other ocean basins. So we could add this to the list of peculiarities of the basin.
While other colleagues may think about a question, I have a question maybe for Marcelo and Claudia. Not sure who would like to take over, but to what extent do you believe today computational power limit the development of better forecasting models?
Well, maybe you can speak about this too, but I think that it depends on the scale you are thinking. It is very much related to the scale. If you want, it is very different if you speak of global models or if you speak of very local models or if you speak to regional models. But of course, it's a main limitation. It is always a main limitation everywhere.
Yeah, basically, I think it's working now. No, basically, you have different institutes that right now, they don't do only one running of a situation. They run several different situations, and they pick some specific simulation among those, that set of simulations. But to do that, you need more computational power. That's the point. And right now, at least, that's something that I cannot do right now. And I don't know if many people can do that, but the groups that are doing that I am aware of, they have very a large number of computers and they can run like 100 different simulations at the same time to produce one specific forecast for that period, for that day. So I think in that sense, if you can improve our computational power, it will help a lot.
Hello, very quick. I always envy you guys that have nice pictures, global models, and now I am too, that you can link your research with the cancer cure. Né? So this you treat with my psychologist, okay? But the question is, if PROASA is open, and what your opinion as the table, that where if you can go beyond the forecasting of physical models. So I think we should forecast biological, biodiversity, social environment, the link between ecology and social systems. And so the challenge that I think we could challenge the researchers, so since it's a program, so can we today make forecasts of biodiversity as good as are you doing with temperature salinity? Can we forecast social problems? And I hope that the forecasts that we have in mind is not of more floods or more civil wars or more problems. Né? So if it is, maybe we should change, or I think it was a talk from the morning, that how policy can change these forecasts. Now, this would be an interesting topic to challenge the researchers with PROASA. Thank you.
Would like to try to answer this very interesting and provocative comment. Would you like to say a few words about that?
Okay, it's not easy to do what you are asking for, especially in our regions where the knowledge is it's very limited. In order to forecast the ocean, you have to be able to properly model the ocean. And in order the ocean and its behavior and the links between the different components of the system. So it demands a lot of knowledge. If you want to do that, you have to observe, you have to study, you have to understand. And that is the reason why we started with very simple, or what can seem simple things in our project. We started with things that we can more or less understand and that we do not really fully still understand, even though they seem simple, like waves or storm surges. So I think that in the future, probably we will be able to better forecast the behavior of the ocean, but it will take time, a lot of effort, and a lot of knowledge. In my country, at least, I think we are quite far from that yet. But I don't think that we have to quit, not to give up. We have to fight and to study and to learn and to observe.
Yeah, I believe it's possible, but there's like Claudia said, there's a long way to reach that point. And like she said, we still need a lot of observations to model this kind of variable. I really don't know at which point we are in that sense. Do we have enough data to model, to check if the model that the simulations are good for those variables? I don't believe so. I think there's a long way. It is possible, but there's a lot of things to happen before. Even for physical variables, I mean, depending on the variable that you are modeling, the region that you are modeling, if you have an agreement of 0.7, 70% or something like that, you just celebrate. Like, we're still far from a result that is very good, but that's what we have right now. I think that depending on the variable you're modeling, the results are still, I wouldn't say that they are bad, but it could be better. And I believe for other variables like biogeochemical variables, it'll be even worse. But at some point we have to start to do that, right? Otherwise we won't move forward.
I would just like to add a few words before I pass over to Alberto. Hold on just a second. I mean, but Earth system models include, most of them include vegetation, continental vegetation, but in a very simple way. So they have biomes. And so you don't know about a certain specific group of plants, but you know the biomes and how they occupy one or the other region. Still, just to give an example, in Amazonia, most Earth system models, state-of-the-art, when you put tropical forest, rainforest there, it collapses alone because there is a lack of, there is a bias in precipitation. There is not enough precipitation there in the model. So you see where the problems are, and we are dealing with biomes, not specific species or so. But anyway, it's a very provocative question and a direction to go.
Yeah, I only have this doesn't work. Okay. Just a brief comment. You know, models are really fantastic and, you know, a lot of fun. You can, even my students use models. I don't know how they work, but, you know, and they are fantastic. They look realistic, and some are realistic. They assimilate a lot of stuff, you know, satellite data, arc floats. So they are becoming fantastic tools. They are improving all the time. Computers are getting better. Marcelo had just advocated for better computers. They always will want more computers and more powerful computers, and that's fine. The models will improve, but that doesn't not necessarily mean that they will be more realistic. And for prediction, you need realistic models, as not only good-looking models. And the problem I see, there's two problems I see. One is, as Marcelo pointed out, the data that are being assimilated are very biased to the surface. The deep ocean, at least you have the Argo floats. When you go on the shelf, unless you collect your own data, you won't have much to assimilate. And collecting your own data, you need to collect the data in the right place, the right data to make a difference on the model. That's one thing only. The other thing is that, you know, don't forget, we know very little about the bottom of the ocean. We don't have information on the scales that the models are becoming available. You know, 1 kilometer resolution models. What about the bottom? You know, if you're going to shallow waters and you don't have a good bottom representation, then the model is going to be just, you know, trash. And so I think we need to collect more data in the water column, and we need much better bottom information. You know, multi-beam kind of, you know, 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional bottom information.
Professor Felipe, very exciting talk. If you go to the literature today, you can see that there are more than 40 compounds in clinical studies for cancer, against viruses, and there is nothing against neglected tropical diseases. How can we, in your opinion, what can we do to improve this this area using the marine resources?
First, thank you, Andre. First, I think we need to look in a different way to marine resources and think that some of them can represent good possibilities to not only to tourism or not only to say about something related to ecosystem, but as pharmacologically active molecules. So I think we need to be prepared. I think also our agencies need to create some specific lines of research that put light in this area. And I think that this is a moment that PROASA needs to think about this important type of research, to look more specifically to marine resources, not just like food or, for example, tourism and other aspects, but also as sources of pharmacologically active compounds.
Yeah, my question is also to Dr. Felipe. Thank you for your presentation. You make a nice presentation about the sources, the ocean as a source of these compounds. everyone here and most of the human population take some drugs, take something. This was very important in the last century because it increased life expectancy of the humankind. But what about the ocean as an end point of all these drugs? Whenever we take something, we eliminate rescues of these substances that goes to the water. And we know that today, most of these POPs, organic persistent pollutions, are in the oceans, many of them. What is your opinion about this? I mean, to which extent these organic pollutions can jeopardize the biodiversity in such a point that we can lose a lot of opportunities of new drugs? Okay.
Thank you for the question. I think this is really important to think about. And my colleague from Unesp, Professor Ana Júlia, she works with marine microbials, and she's looking for some change in this environment, this microbial environment. And she's detecting different species of bacteria that are multi-resistant to antibiotics. And possibly because people are polluting marine ecosystems. But I think I am not an expert to respond properly your question, because I have just glimpses of, I read something about, but I can not answer you properly about what we are losing because all this pollution that is going to the ocean. But certainly we are losing a lot of pharmacological compounds that can be used for human lives.
Just a quick comment regarding to what Gustavo Fonseca mentioned. I recall that since the Ocean Ops event in 2009 in Venice, there has been a lot of progress in the development and implementation of ocean biology sensors and observatories. So one example is in the estimates of carbon sequestration through gravitational flux. For many decades, we only relied on sediment traps that were deployed in very certain locations. They could not be multiplied in many areas of the oceans. But today we have access to imaging sensors that can be coupled to, for instance, Argo floats, and observations of carbon flux from the surface to the deep ocean are now available for the entire ocean. So I think we need to incorporate ocean biology sensors into our observational tools and modeling tools as well.
Is anyone willing to comment on this? Because it's rather a comment, right, than a question. But if there is anyone willing to double that, feel free to.
Yeah, no, well, there's many Argo floats, biogeochemical Argo floats that do incorporate some of that technology. I don't know, whether this can be massively incorporated into the regular Argo float technology. I mean, if you have some money that you want to contribute, I'm sure people will be interested in helping.
And also, other issues that the number of observations in the interior of the ocean are not enough in coastal regions. Actually, in our continental shelf, when you put, for instance, floats, they very rapidly leave the system. So after a short while, you are already left out of observations. So the continental shelf behave differently, and I think that demand a different vision of how collecting data to assimilate models. This is another difficult problem.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for these interesting talks. I want to go back to the modeling, and I'm fascinated by the fact that you model the past to understand or predict the future? To what extent can we predict a future which never happened? And the next step is what's the uncertainty we have to deal with? How the modeling is taking that into account, and how can we use that, especially when we're dealing with biological effects or consequences? How can we incorporate the uncertainty in the modeling issues that you have?
Would like to start here? Alberto, maybe?
No,
If you wish,
if I got the question right, I thought it was for you, but
I can take it.
for example, the AMOC collapse that Cristiano referred to, it's pretty clear that happened, maybe not necessarily collapse, but a reduction maybe to 10% of the intensity in the past, and not in the very long past, a few thousand years ago maybe. That is presumably associated with what the models try to represent with water hosing experiments they do. But those water hosing experiments that lead to the collapse in the present models, at least, are, I think, like 40 times more than anything realistic. So the models are being forced very unrealistically to lead to the collapse. So in that sense, the paleo evidence is quite clear, but the current models are not able to reproduce the past that well, so they basically force them with a crazy flux. A brief comment regarding the meridional fluxes. I did not refer to the freshwater fluxes from the south. The Atlantic also has a very sensitive response to the salinity flux along the 30 degree south line. And some theoretical developments indicate that is the most sensitive factor determining the fate of the MOC. That, I guess, needs to be proven. I haven't seen many convincing results regarding that either. Our own analysis of models did not, find a clear connection between the salinity flux in the south and the AMOC response. But the theory indicates that should be there.
I may say a few words about this. I'm not a modeler myself, but I collaborate with many modelers, and particularly on the AMOC topic. So I feel very comfortable on this. Alberto mentioned the need to put a lot of fresh water in these very specific sweet spots in the North Atlantic in order to strongly decrease the strength of the AMOC under modern conditions, not under glacial conditions. That's different. We are not under glacial conditions anyway. But there was a salinity bias. There is a strong salinity bias in many of the coupled models we use, many of them. And this has been shown recently. So when you correct these models for the bias in salinity, they get to a bistable mode much easier. And the input of fresh water from Greenland ice melt and also increased precipitation because of shifting atmospheric, belts towards the north in the North Atlantic and towards the south in the South Atlantic brings more fresh water to these specific places like Labrador Sea and the Gene Seas. So apparently, based on our modern understanding of the climate system and the ocean, it is indeed possible to bring the AMOC to a very, very close to its threshold, or even so close that it may indeed pass this tipping point. And this is such a threat. It's nothing similar to what we see in IPCC AR6. It is much worse, because we are talking about 0.4 petawatts of heat transported in the surface of the South Atlantic to the North Atlantic. And if there is indeed an abrupt decrease in strength of the AMOC, this 0.4 petawatts will stay in the South Atlantic, will stay in the South Atlantic, will affect South America and Africa mostly, the Intertropical Convergence Zone, South Atlantic Convergence Zone, they will all be affected by this huge amount of heat that in the surface will not anymore be transported to the North Atlantic. This will not trigger a new glaciation in the north because CO2 is too high for that. That's for sure. But I think this is so. What we have in terms of understanding of the climate system allows, and depending on the scenario of emissions, obviously, this depends fully on the scenario of emissions. We may get very close within the, apparently, let's be very careful here, we may get very close to a tipping point of the AMOC. Okay, so yeah, we are in good time in order to not to fit the schedule. And I would like to thank very much Alberto Piola, Claudia Simeonato, Marcelo Dottori, and Felipe for this fantastic session, and obviously the audience that participated intensively on this. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for all the panelists for this exciting discussion. And yes, it's working. And obviously, we have a very important challenge, which is the definition of the ecosystem of institutions that will drive these scientific efforts and turn it into products, into information that can be used to society. So we have universities, we have governments, and then we will need to figure out how we will integrate all these assets in a way we will have sustained observation, we will have access to data, and we have the conditions to produce the models so that we can use the information in a very confident way to take decisions. And this is not trivial. I think this is one of the biggest challenges we will have in the future, to define or to understand what's the institutional arrangement that will secure this type of process in the long run. I'm saying 20, 30, 40 years ahead. So let's think about in the coffee and return in 30 minutes. Okay, see you. Now it's working? Not yet. Yeah, no, it's working. So after this refreshing moment where you certainly use it to interact with each other, so it's really important to have time and movements and moments to interact. We'll have our last panel, whose theme is engaging and inspiring ocean. And then there is a dash saying education, communication, different systems of knowledge, social science, governance, and etc. So there are several other aspects that are really important, and we need to consider them. And this is an opportunity to try to start to do that, to integrate different perspectives into this highly complex issue that we are addressing here in PROASA. So I will invite my dear friend Ronaldo Cristofoletti from University Federal of São Paulo to be the moderator, the facilitator of this process. So please, Ronaldo, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Really nice to be here, and I want to start to acknowledge Alexander Turra and FAPESP for this program and for the invitation to be here. And to start the discussion for this last panel, I think it's all about what are we doing here? And when we think about the PROASA, as was presented yesterday, as a program to support us to think differently, I think that that's a little bit our opportunity. Let's establish our scenario here now before our speakers. We had all the introductions yesterday and about the program, and then today we were discussing about a clean, healthy, and resilient ocean, and then a productive, sustainable ocean, and then a predictable, safe, and accessible ocean. Clean, productive, safe, for who? As Miguel Miranda said yesterday, it's all about persons, individuals. We polluted the ocean. We want to have services, products, a productive ocean. We want a safe ocean for us. We want to predict about the ocean. It's about the human. The ocean is not a problem. It's the human behavior that is a problem. So we need to start to understand that our behavior needs to change. And the way we treat the ocean needs to change. And I think that's the discussion we will have right now. But that is not easy. I will start with one information that comes from a research from Brazil, led by UNESCO, Fundação Grupo Boticário, Unifesp 2 years ago. If it's all about persons, we need to understand how we understand our relationship with the ocean. And we made that question, it was a long survey nationally. And we discovered that 26% of the Brazilians do not understand that they are influenced by the ocean. They do not understand they can get health products, they can get fish, they don't know. But let's see for the positive scenario. 74% of the Brazilians know they are influenced by the ocean. However, when we asked, how about your actions? Do you think your actions influence the ocean? 40% of the Brazilians do not know their actions can influence the ocean. We spent 1.5 hours in the morning saying about pollution. We have almost half of the Brazilian population that don't consider they have anything related to that. How can we change that perception? How can we make people understand that's all about us and our behavior? And if you can have all the knowledge about the ocean, but if you do not change our behavior, we will continue polluting, over-extracting, not being safe, and so on. That's it. And my final point, coming already from other discussions, is, as Alex said, it's about engaging and inspiring oceans. The challenge 10 for the Ocean Decade, the outcome is 7, and it includes a lot of topics here that we will discuss. But there is one point already pushing, provoking. Alex used a very dangerous word for me when we had the first discussion. You should provoke the audience. I love to provoke. That is, we are saying a lot also about the motto that is the science we need for the ocean we want. And we have been discussing what is this science. And there is one point that the ocean decade already brought to us. And all the countries and all the participants agreed with that. And I think that is the start point for PROASA. That is to have a transformative science. That is the box from the implementation plan. Many things we are discussing, we need to acknowledge it was decided by the UN in 2019 and was approved. This document was launched in 2020, where we say that for the ocean we want, we need a transformative ocean science. And of course, I will not read all of that, but only the key topics there. That is, it has to be linked to the Agenda 2030. It should be co-designed and co-delivered with multi-stakeholders, or different persons, let's say, Miguel, in all the process. It should be solutions focused and not on science by science. And it needs to be audacious, span geographies. It reaches across disciplines and integrate natural and social sciences. That is the topic for this table. It embraces local and indigenous knowledge. Again, it's the topic about the other knowledge of system. It is transformative because who is doing, where it's been done, and include all North global and all the different realities. It goes, strives for generations, gender and geographic diversity, as some of the points Leandra raised earlier today, and is communicated, another talk for us, in different formats that are either understood, and is open and available, as we just had in the last table. This was agreed, and I guess that we start saying that from PROASA is nothing less from that. So the point is, how can we put that in practice? And ocean literacy, that will be our topic, is understanding our relationship with the ocean, can help on that. That said, that were my first minutes. I would like to start with our first panelist and say a big thanks for her as well. So Camila Negrão Signori from the Oceanographic Institute from the University of São Paulo. Thanks, Camila, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague, Alexander Turra, and also FAPESP for this invitation and for organizing this very important event. I'm Camila from the University of São Paulo. I'm an oceanographer and specialist in marine microbiology. But today I'm a little bit out of my comfort zone. I'm not talking about the wonderful microbes that we have in the Southern Ocean and how they are behaving during the last decade and how the future will be if climate change influences them. But I will talk about an inspiring ocean and outreach and education activities as a very nice, as some nice opportunities and new doors opened in the last few years. So I will dive into this topic today. So I will talk a little bit about our inspiration, which is the ocean, how to engage and inspire people with initiatives in outreach and education that are being done here in São Paulo, and the current status of ocean and polar literacy based on some very recent research from our group, and also to say some old or new challenges and how to overcome them. It's a task that we need to do together. So all these things are in line with the goal to promote knowledge dissemination from PROASA, to expand society's understanding of the importance of the ocean and Antarctica and their role in sustainability, promoting scientific outreach. So we are here together because one main purpose. We are interested about the ocean. Of course, we are very interested about this new opportunity from FAPESP, but our passion is the ocean, and we are here together because the ocean connects us. And why is the ocean so important? We have many, many reasons. The ocean provides us water. The ocean regulates the climate, the temperatures, the temperature and climate of the planet. We breathe the ocean, so it's really important. The ocean also absorbs a very high percentage of CO2 that's released to the atmosphere, working as a buffer. The ocean provides us biodiversity for many purposes. The ocean provides us food as a primary source of protein for 40% of the world's population. The ocean is also a source of mineral resources and energy. The ocean also is important for economy. The ocean is also important for transportation. It's transport route for people and goods. It also inspiration, tourism, sports, relaxation, artistic expression, stories, tradition, rituals. The ocean is everything, right? But if we go outside our oceanographic and scientific bubble, what does the ocean mean to people? This is in line what Ronaldo just mentioned. We need people to do something about the ocean. So how to engage people and explain people about the importance of the ocean. So there are some very nice outreach and education initiatives. I just selected some of them. Especially for Antarctica, we have a very collaborative association of young researchers, the Apex Brazil. It's one of the most productive association of early career researchers globally. They are really active and they have very nice programs of education and going to schools, the Polar Week, etc. We have also another project going on in Antarctica, which is called Interantar, led by Silvia Dota from the, UFABC, which is totally dedicated to this topic. We have a program led by Ronaldo and Unifesp, which is called Maré de Ciência, or Tide of Science, which is doing really nice things, implementing blue schools in Santos and other cities from São Paulo. We have the hugest action, the São Paulo Ocean Week, that will happen this year in September. It's led by Alexander Turra and Alfredo Nasrari from the American Scientific American. We have also other initiatives, really interesting initiatives, like Marta Vanucci Award for Women in Science, Women in Marine Science, from the Ocean Cátedra, which is placed at the University of São Paulo. We have courses talking about the ocean, like Noções de Oceanografia, going on, running for almost 40 or 50 years. We have also initiatives directly performed near the ocean, where we have the research bases in Ubatuba, in Cananéia, also led by our students, like Tenda Oceano, Entenda o Lixo, Environmental Education, EAMAR. We also have a program to understand the garbage and the solution for the garbage, with including teaching and many actions, and also and we also have other initiatives of citizen science, like diving into conservation, led by Juni Dias, my colleague from USP, which is here, and so on. I can cite many nice activities that are going on, and they are doing something to achieve the society, especially children and tourists. I would like to cite one that I coordinate since 2018, which called our attention because it was very successful and unexpectedly, which is called Dive into Science, or Mergulho na Ciência USP, where we attract young girls from the elementary schools, to learn about science. So we have about 10 topics, 10 different topics, of course, including the ocean and Antarctica, which are always very attractive for the young, for the children. And we do a lot of hands-on activities. It happened at the Oceanographic Institute of the University of São Paulo. More than 15,000 girls applied for this, to participate in this, which was the huge surprise. And when we had the pandemics, we did the course online, and it achieved almost 25,000 children from the whole country, from all states of Brazil. And also we had also about 1,700 teachers from elementary schools doing our course. And besides Brazil, we had other 24 countries participating in our course. Also countries that have Portuguese as mother tongue, and also Brazilians that were living abroad and knew about our course, and they did the dive into Science USP. And the results of this went even beyond. We received the He for She Award in 2019, together with our rector and Professor Vahan Agopian, and it was really surprising. We had the participation of thousands of students and monitors from the graduate courses around São Paulo universities. We received very emotional letters and testimonials. We implemented CEDARs in school and family environments as the children went to schools and to their families to talk about science, to talk about the ocean. We were inspiration for other new initiatives in this area. We were presenting a lot of things at scientific events. We are producing a book this year. Many results, many nice outcomes from this unexpected, successfully project. We also had training of quality human resources, in-person virtual exhibitions. I participated in many interviews and reports with wide-reaching media, and I think this is one of the main purposes of this program spreading out so quickly. And we received this award, which was the main recognition of our project. Okay, in parallel to these initiatives, how well do people know about the ocean? How well do people know about the polar systems? So my former student, Monique, she's now working at UNDK as operations officer. She studied the level of ocean literacy of adolescents and adults using the IOLS questionnaire, a Brazilian perspective for the ocean decade. So this IOLS is an international ocean literacy survey that was created by Fauville and collaborators. It has 86 questions comprising also socio-demographic information. And we translated to Portuguese and applied for the first time to the Brazilians. So it was during the pandemic, so we had a very good number to work with. So we worked with the 7 main principles of ocean literacy. And the principle that was best understood was the ocean and humans are inextricably intrinsically interconnected. And the least understood principle was the ocean supports a great diversity of life and ecosystems. We had more than 1,000 answers, but mainly of these answers came from the universities. So our results are a little bit biased because of this. At our first try, we could not attract people from schools to answer our questionnaire. So the main result is that 77% of the participants were scoring in the range of 51 to 75 points, which corresponds to the range of high ocean literacy level. But as I told you, it's biased because these people are coming from universities. And the main factors influencing the better performance were participating in marine environmental activities. Projeto Tamar, for example, was very cited. Knowledge about the ocean decade, the occupation, education, and search for information about the sea, ocean, similar, especially in the digital world. And more recently, another student finishing her master's dissertation, she will defend in 2 weeks, Priscilla studied, investigated the level of polar literacy among Brazilian students. And this research is based on the Polar Interdisciplinary Coordinated Education, Polar ICE, which is a program dedicated to the polar literacy. And again, we translated to Portuguese and applied to schools. We had a very low number of answers, maybe because it's not pandemics anymore, and the people are outside doing other things, more interesting things. And we had some results that the polar regions have productive food webs, so humans are a part of the polar systems were the best principles understood by the people. And the least understood were the Antarctic and the Arctic and Antarctic regions are unique regions because of their location on Earth, and the poles are experiencing the effects of climate change at an accelerating rate. So, to finish my presentation, I would like to say some challenges that sometimes are old and maybe new challenges. So specifically to this kind of research, we need to find strategies to have more respondents. We need to find tools to monitor people, changes in people with time. We need to educate students at schools, train teachers at schools, review and produce textbooks. In the level of universities, we need to educate students at undergraduate and graduate levels, providing courses about polar ecosystems. Maybe you all know that these courses are really scarce. I could find only 2 courses in the graduate program throughout Brazil. And encourage our students for international experiences. Sometimes they are too shy. Also, for the general people, we need to perform real communication done by specialists. I can see here Ayrton Escobar, and I can also cite Paulina Chamorro, that are doing a very nice job, and we need more people inside the ocean science like them. We need to engage people by citizen science, as we have started to do. We need to engage people by awareness activities, as we are already doing. We need to engage people by cultural activities. And also to recognize the outreach and education as an important part of science. And all this research and my comments for the old and new challenges are completely aligned with the UN Decade Reports, All Atlantic Ocean Community, Brazilian Plan for the UN Decade and Brazilian 10-year Plan for Antarctica, and also aligned with some recent publication from the special issue led by Turra in the Ocean Coastal Research Journal that we have at the Oceanographic Institution. So we only preserve and value what we know and love. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Camila, for inspiring, showing how important is the topic, but also how feasible is to integrate ocean science, outreach, all together, bringing gender, so a clear example where we can fit in that. So we move forward now. Our next panelist will be Sabrina Speech from France. She will present herself, or then you present, and I will not try to say, my French is terrible, so please, you can say that.
I didn't say that. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm actually Italian, and I work in France, and I work as professor at l'École Normale Supérieure. But I work in a mixed unit, so this is what we have in France that are co-funded by University in CNRS, and it is a lab of meteorology actually. So, but I wanted to talk more on the governance and the coordination, because here we are in PROASA, so we are supposed to work together with France, Argentina, and put the means to go beyond where we are. And so this is why I take the word not really on my science, but in what I do on my free time. And so actually I start with the science. Is something that has been one of the subject of the talk of Alberto, and Alberto and I and the clan of the South Atlantic people working in the South Atlantic that were essentially Argentinian and Brazilian, and some Argentinian and Brazilian that migrated to the US, were really studying since many years the South Atlantic that is really unique. It's really a gate that bring this warm water up to the north, and it is the gate that make the non-Atlantic deep water going out and the abyssal water also from the Southern Ocean going inside the Atlantic. And this has not only the repercussion on the climate itself and the climate energy, but it has a repercussion also on the biogeochemistry, because it brings nitrates in the tropical region, for example, and to sustain biodiversity and primary production. But it has also a role in numerical weather predictions in coastal region, etc. So I want to tell this story about international coordination. So Samba was born essentially in 2003 with CEMOC, that is a little bit more integrating also the northern part compared to this line that is south of the tip of South Africa. And the Samba line was clearly a success. And it started like in 2003, we had a meeting in Angra dos Reis. So this is also a beautiful place in Brazil where you are isolated with the ocean. And we discussed together, and we tried to brainstorm internationally. So there were American, there were Brazilian, Argentinian, and a few French. And we wanted to really start to measure this ocean that was under-measured. And we started with pilot studies with some moorings, so some fixed station in 2009. But then there was a FAPESP ANR, so a French-Brazilian agreement, where we were able to fund many more moorings. And so the moorings I'm showing here in Samba 2022 were the results of these French-Brazilian cooperations, together, of course, some means of the US. And this has changed our knowledge, and Alberto showed the time series, and the really many things we learn from. But today, because the funding has finished, some of these moorings are not anymore operational, and they are staying waiting to be refitted and put into the water again. Of course, the South Atlantic is more than just Samba, so there are other lines, Tracos and some XBT lines, but all this relies on PIs that really fight to make this happens every year, so every 2 years. So it is really a fight, as it is PIRATA, that is the tropical observing system that is really fundamental for numerical weather forecast and seasonal forecast. I'm not talking here about the ocean itself, but really on tropical cyclones and also numerical forecast itself. And so the ocean is really important. So 2/3 of our planet is ocean, and 2/3 of this planet are not observed also for the atmosphere. Then we have had an European project that was called Atlantis that started to coordinate not only, it was initially meant to be just North Atlantic, but we brought together with the Argentinian and Brazilians this project down to the south, and we were able to really realize the cruise that Alberto was talking about on the German ship, where we brought 27 scientists from all the Atlantic, and especially South Atlantic, and 22 of them were female. So we were, for once, more female than male in an oceanographic, physical oceanographic cruise. And we did also some capacity building with cross-basing South Atlantic cruises. And this was really a fantastic experience. And this project that was meant to build an integrated observing system for the Atlantic, because as you can see, we have a lot of observation, but they are completely separate projects or platforms. For example, you have heard about Argo, but Argo is just one platform. So we need to rationalize that, all the observing system, because we cannot observe everything everywhere. So this was one of the pillars of the Belém Agreement that has happened in 2019, and in 2017, sorry. And this agreement led to the funding of more international projects. I'm just citing Triatlas, iAtlantic. I can also cite Ocean and Ice, that is really working more on the Southern Ocean. We have been able to collaborate also in Ocean Ops 19. So it has been really fundamental. And after Atlantis, we had the project, we had Atlantis, the program. But this program, because it's not funded, is not really going very, very well. It's not growing because there are missing fundings. And the fundings are not essentially for the observing system themselves or etc. But it is really to make people meet, discuss, and build the infrastructure together. And now I'm taking even a more larger international point of view. So I'm talking about the GCOS GOOS, that are the Global Climate Observing System, really devoted to the climate, where there is the atmosphere, the earth, the continents, and the ocean expert that try to improve the observing system for the purpose of climate. And climate today is not just monitoring climate, is predicting climate, including numerical weather forecasts, because all these extreme events really happens at the scale of weather. And GOOS is the Global Ocean Observing System, concentrated in the ocean, is going beyond climate. And we have, of course, the science requirements that are provided by the World Climate Research Program. And today, there is also the WMO that is really pushing to work on the ocean coordinated observing system, because weather forecasts are really dependent on the ocean. And now, numerical weather forecasts are not anymore in many places, and this is changing. Just atmospheric model with some surface model for the continents is really a couple of ocean atmosphere, sea ice, and surface. So, and the ligands of all this is this panel of experts, that is the Ocean Observation Panel for Physics and Climate. And this is where I work as co-chair, and we are trying really to push, to coordinate with nations under the mandate of UNFCCC, among others, to really to build this ocean observing system that must be integrated, fit for purpose. And now today, really, this information is required also to guide adaptation in sustainable adaptation strategies, because without information, we cannot really build something that is sustained. And as I said, ocean observation depend only on PIs, and be yearly. Argo is 5 yearly in the US funded. It's really fragile. So I think a lot of effort need to be provided to this ocean observing system. And if I talk to GCOS, GCOS is a little bit more read and known by institutions like UNFCCC and the satellite agency. Sorry, I was going. It is because it provides an implementation plan and say what is needed to progress the community, and the nation need to progress. And the last one that came out in 2022 really show that the ocean is where many funding need to be provided, because it's really undersupplied. So this is what we do, is a kind of state report on the ocean observing system that is published every year by Ocean Ops, that is a part of GOOS. And it is really showing that despite being fragile, so the scientists are trying really to cover the globe with observation, but of course the southern hemisphere is less well observed than the northern hemisphere. Is where we need to put more emphasis. We have been working in trying to rationalize the tropical observing system, so the Atlantic, the Indian, and the Pacific, because of course, as there were some systems that were starting to go down in terms of delivery of observations, then the numerical weather prediction and the seasonal prediction skill was going down. So we work on that today, and we will be discussing that in next week in the Decade of the Ocean conference in Barcelona. Is what we want is a unique tropical observing system and not 3 separated. And we are linked very well also with this Decade of the Ocean, because GOOS has been endorsing or supporting 2 of the program, Ocean Observing Co-Design, that is really working to co-design with stakeholders and users the observing system that is needed, so including fisheries, aquacultures, and of course communities, and COSPREDICT that was cited by Claudia, and of course the digital twins of the ocean, and FORESEA, that is the ocean predict of the ocean. And so our knowledge needs to go international. We have one ocean, and this goes toward the coast, and the continent goes into the ocean. And we need to work in ocean observation coordination together with numerical model coordination to really serve society. And I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina, so much. It is nice that we can see how wide is the discussion in this table, that we can see now focus more on the governance side of it. And the governance in ocean partnership is a challenge as well, because it's saying about a very large scale, different partners, different institutions, different realities, and to make that data available or be used, that is what we want, we need to make sure we have that all very clear. So this is one of the challenges that brings communication to establish the collaboration, the partnerships, and making the data used. And that said, we have our final panelist from this table, that is Juan Sala. Thank you, Juan, from CONCET and OPS. And Juan, you also show us some of the examples from these topics based on the Pampa Azul. Thank you, Juan.
Well, hello, everyone. I want to start saying thanks. Thanks for Alexander Turra, because your show was amazing on these days, and for Professor Sago for the opportunity, and for FAPESP, all the team of FAPESP was incredible these days, and thank you very much. Well, I think all of you have been listening about Pampa Azul initiative in these days, and let me introduce quickly a little bit more about this important initiative in the context of a PROASA program. Well, Pampa Sul, born in a context complex in the southern in the South Atlantic, because Argentina have in dispute a part of its territory with the United Kingdom. All of you know that we are in this dispute, and probably the other thing for Argentina was the importance to articulate the different organisms and ministries that have been working on the ocean topics, and well, also integrate Antarctica in this kind of policy. Well, Pampa Sul born in 2014 with a strategic agreement with 7 ministries that, in short, was environment, science, security, defense, tourism, foreign affairs, and I think that and fisheries, the fisheries ministry. And in 2015, our Congress approved a law to give an umbrella of financing and governance. This is the structure of governance of our Pampa Sul initiative. I am coordinating this center box, the interministerial committee. And if you can see, there are a lot of different organisms that probably exist in Argentina, but never work together with an objective common objective. The important thing to say, and the strategic decision from the president in that time, was to designate the Ministry of Science to coordinate this a lot of different organisms and ministries. Well, those are all our horizontal thematic areas. All of that were topics that we were talking about these days. Well, I can go faster. And these are the strategic areas for technological development. PROASA also want to improve our capacities, for example, in strategic instrumentation, in energy and mining, fishing industry and mariculture, and naval industry, and tourism. These are our strategic areas that we need to in the past, we have to establish to prioritize our research effort, and is because we have a lot of territory and we need to focus on those important territories. Regarding the international cooperation, Pampa Sul promote the articulation of national research programs with the international initiatives such as PROASA, promote the participation of Argentina in bilateral and multilateral research programs, promote the exchange of researchers and the training of human resources through bilateral and multilateral agreements with other countries, and promote bilateral and multilateral financing for marine science research and the development of marine technologies. I think all of that are objectives of this program, PROASA. Also, our objectives of Pampa Sul. Well, I will show quickly some achievements from the 2020-2023, the last administration. Well, our roadmap was to strengthen interinstitutional research, development, and innovation capacities with a federal perspective. We are a huge country, as is Brazil, and we have different and unbalanced efforts, and we perform a lot of effort to federalize our policies, strengthen the scientific and technological system to contribute to public policies related to the sea, and create an agenda, a strong agenda of strategic topics for our administration that was related to sovereignty, technological innovation, protection of marine natural resources, and integration of marine and coastal environments. Because in the past, in the beginning of Pampa Sul was only the open seas research. Well, to put this in material terms, we create or are creating a lot of different infrastructure. I think PROASA want to do the same, is to improve our infrastructure capacities to research, and we are creating 8 different centers to create interinstitutional boundaries, and also to research on strategic topics. Every of these different centers have a strategic agenda of topics related to the territory. I will show some of these centers quickly. This is in Mar del Plata, in the Buenos Aires province. This is in Rio Negro. This is in Chubut, San Jorge Gulf in Chubut. This is in Ushuaia. These are a multidisciplinary research station. This is another strategic capacity that we are building. Those 2 different multidisciplinary research. This is in Punta Delgada, it's in Peninsula Valdez. It's a very nice place to develop research in that area. This is in the Isla de los Estados, States Island, near to Tierra del Fuego Island. And those are the first laboratories in, I think, 6 bases, the first in 70 years that Argentina create. In these 4 years, we create 6 bases with new laboratories to improve the capacities of research in Antarctica. This is related to the other talks, and this was a strategic to dissemination science and technology that we create, that we call Pampa Sul Lighthouse. Lighthouse as a metaphor to say that we can illuminate our sea with science and technology, and we can show and be proud about this kind of science and technology that we develop in Argentina. This is the Ecocentro, is the first one. I will show you a little video. I don't know which. This is the former Ministry of Science. This is the first day of without people. Was the starting day. Here we also talk about the Ocean Decade and all the international cooperation that we are participating as a country. And the interesting point, we here in this center and in the other I will show, we are articulating the 3 levels of states: municipal level, provincial level, and national level. We are working together in these buildings. This is the one is in Bahía Blanca. I don't know if you know Bahía Blanca. It's in Buenos Aires province. We are we are building that place. And this one is very important to us because it's the first one in Antarctica. Antarctica, we don't have some place to show which are our science or history of more than 100 years on that territory, and we want to create a place to show that history of research. We also work, as Ronaldo knows, in the Blue School program that calls are a lot of different countries of the All Atlantic Ocean Research Program have this program as an umbrella to work with secondary schools, and we are proud to reach 8,000 of students, more than 80 schools all around the country. Schools in Jujuy that never had been talking about the ocean. Now the classrooms are smelling the ocean or the marines, the marine smell. And we are working with a huge amount of researchers that are involved in this program, and more than 150 professors. This is the example of Brazil. We are working together, and probably this is a good example to coordinate and to cooperate in this kind of dissemination programs. This was the first time that Pampa Sul create a call to financing projects to research and technological development, but problem-oriented or solution-oriented. This was the first time because in Argentina we have a lot of tradition to financing basic research, and in marine science was the normal, and this one was the first time to improve or try to improve and give solutions to different territories. And for example, Claudia talked this day about the forecasting of the oceans. This is one example just to know, or just to show different for of the Claudia, that is a huge project on citizen science that we are performing in Buenos Aires province, that the people are organized to take beach profiles. They record extreme events and storms, and they have, we bought different weather stations, and they have in the homes, they choose which one will be the home to put or to have the weather station, and they clean, they take care of that equipment. And we are starting to integrate with Coast Snap to using photos to estimate the variation of the coast of our beaches in that province. Also, we create a program, a national program, a federal program with all of our universities near to the coast, because in the past we have only in Buenos Aires, in the University of Buenos Aires, for oceanography and meteorology. Now we have a lot of national universities with a lot of different disciplines. We are stimulating to different universities to move their students to economy, sociology, anthropology, or communication, thinking the sea. Well, all the different and historical activities like, well, oceanography campaigns, invest in our fleet, and also, as my colleague Bibi say, we are trying to buy the equipment to the different laboratories of Almirante Research, the icebreaker. And this is, I think, this is most of the last one. We create 2 new networks and constitute a network of networks. The first one was Roma. You can see that is from the Provincia de Buenos Aires to Antarctica, and the other one is Remarco. It's only at least now is in province of Buenos Aires. But if you can see, from the first one is in Buenos Aires, and the last one in Caleta Potter in Antarctica. These are all the equipment that we developed in Argentina. We are proud of it. Well, this was a lander, a voice. This is a boy working in Montermoso in Buenos Aires. And we are trying to integrate with Brazil, with SimCosta, that is a huge network that Brazil have. And we are trying to integrate a regional network, also calling to Uruguay to integrate this effort, and trying to cooperate and create a huge network in terms of regional, and can monitoring and observe our seas. Well, future challenge in relation to PROASA program. Obviously, we need to deepen the institutionality of Pampa Sul to create a more executive capacity, articulate action with the Pampa Sul and the different productive areas, and also with the different, as I say, with province, municipalities, and third countries. And well, the most important thing here is continue to contributing to the general of quality and relevant knowledge of our country and and to the global scientific community, increase and strengthen our technology development capabilities on observation and monitoring system, regional integration and international cooperation with the sea as an axis, and in Antarctica contribute to the strengthening our presence, research and international cooperation in the Antarctic continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, really nice to see the full picture of the program and how science and communication engagement society is all integrated. So I would invite all the panelists, please, to come to the stage so we can go for our next steps.
taking few notes for each topic to summarize, but I think that first we should listen our audience. Do we have any questions for the panelists? The top.
Are those data open, especially on the south and in Europe?
All the data collected and you can the one on SAMOC are open, but also all the data that are under GOOS are completely open. The thing is how you can find them. This still is a challenge because there is not a unique repository. We have a global data center. This is mainly for Argo data, for example, but for all the cruises, etc., there are different depository, and the idea is to work now to make them findable easy. And also, of course, the intermediate stakeholder, like different climate services or ocean services, they can also translate this data in some product or indicators that are useful for the end user.
Regarding Pampa Sul, all the projects and program financing with the funds of Pampa Sul are open, but we need to solve some problem with the way to disponibilize the data, because we don't have a repository, a common repository to share the data. We have different ones, and we want to create one to integrate the different kind of data and different platforms data and so on.
Yes.
Hi, thank you for all panelists for the good talkings. I guess my question goes more directly to Camila, but all the other panelists are invited to join and give your thoughts on. You mentioned about community outreach and education, what is essential, and I have mentioned that before in my talk as well. But I see as a challenging, and that's why I'm asking you, what are the strategies that you guys have been using to work with issues for communities or contexts where they are too far from that environment, like bring the ocean to other schools that too far from the ocean, or even polar studies. And I ask that, comparing to the case that I'm having in terms of the mangrove studies that are in the backyard of many communities, even that sometimes it's quite hard to communicate and to sensibilize. So I'd like to hear from you which strategies worked in the case, especially the challenges in terms of remoteness of these environments that we are talking and the communities that we are trying to reach.
Thanks for your question. This is actually a very huge challenge. And as I showed to you, it was our success with the Dive into Science was very unexpected, because we didn't know if the girls would be interested in what we were showing at the University of São Paulo. And still, it remains a challenge to achieve people far from the ocean. Like here in São Paulo, we are far from the ocean. But at least we have USP as an attractive place. So we invite the children to be at the university and then show different things that they may never imagine, for example. Well, we achieved many people from different states through digital era. You know, we used all the platforms we could, like emails, Instagram, Facebook, everything online that my students have the facility to do this, and that's how we could outreach. That's how we could reach all these people from different parts of Brazil. actually, we don't have now specific strategy to go further. This is how we are right now and how we stopped, and we are not financed by anything. We are just volunteers doing this kind of work. This is one of the challenge of the outreach and education area, right? Many people at university don't value this kind of work. So just more recently, the universities are valuing the professors by metrics related to dissemination, outreach, education, because some years ago, it simply didn't exist. So why am I spending my time is explaining the ocean to children if I have my students, if I have papers to publish, if I want to go to Antarctica, and right? So I think it's a challenge for us. It's like an amateur and volunteer work, and like an ant, like we say in Portuguese, trabalho de formiguinha, an ant teamwork with many volunteers involved, including people from the organizing committee of this kind of activities. And it's really huge, and it requires a lot of work. You even need to request help from the hospital, at the university, and many things. It's not just you call the children to come and say something to them. And also we need to prepare very specific material. And this is the line where I think the secretary, the education secretary, can help us. Not because sometimes we think we are producing something nice for the children, but we are not, because it will not be included into BNCC, which is our main basis curriculum. So we need to go a little bit further from the university, talk to people that prepare the children, the schools and everything, the curriculum at schools, and then go to the children. I think we need to change a little bit this volunteering strategy, because it requires a lot of work.
I may add an additional experience that is completely different, is that in France, because there has been a lot of communication from the scientists about climate change. I think that was essentially the Academy of Science took in and put in the program for the medium school and also the last year of the scientific high school climate and climate change. And in this framework, there is a chapter about the ocean. And the problem is that the teacher or the professor are not formed. So now we are trying to form all the teacher and actually all the governmental officer. And this means that professor or assistant professor in our fields are double charged because they need to form everyone. And also there has been a strange thing. So I have been requested to give a class on ocean and climate on political science school. And I was thinking that we will have, 20 students in the master class. And actually we started with 100. And the request was so high that they asked us to open to 200. And this is kind of unbelievable, because we never thought that a scientific class could be of interest of this kind of curriculum.
And just adding also one thing on your question, Deborah. From the experience also from the Blue School, and I know that in Argentina is the same, sometimes as researchers, as scientists, we want to say a lot.
Yeah.
But the main point about communication is also to listen. It's a dialogue.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that the success for the Blue Schools, and I will here acknowledge Argentina was a huge success since they started. And Brazil has been the same. We reached 20 from the 24 states from the country already, and more than 300,000 students. And we have Blue Schools in the Acre states. For who is not Brazilian or who don't know, Acre is the farthest state from the sea. It's more than 2,000 kilometers. Wow. And I think that can answer your question. And we do not tell them what to do. We ask them, show us, where's the ocean in your school? And of course, the first thing is like, what? And I say, "Oh, I'm pretty sure the ocean is here." And the schools in Acre can show us through the cycle of waters, and then they go far. So if we are open to listen more than we say, then if we can find that pathway. Of course, when they start to do their process, then they have doubts. And that's the open door. We have to give some material and say, oh, you can go further here, you can learn more here, you can learn more here. But let them to choose the pathway.
Yeah. Okay, will you? Hello. No, I want to say something else about Blue Schools, because I think if we have limited resources, we need to put all of our effort to stimulate the educators, because they are the best way to disseminate our message and their message, because they have a lot of things to say. And in our case in Argentina, with between 4 to 8 good, motivated educators, we create a network of educators that have very, very, very commitment with the program. And the other thing is we have the same problem as Brazil regarding the evaluation system. We need to fight to create some evaluation system that recognize the different profiles of researchers that we have in our countries. And for example, recognizing our work with the dissemination or outreach, that is very, very important, and PROASA recognize it. You know, I think we need to fight together in this need to transform the way as we are evaluating us.
Continuing the provocation, what you are showing us is a series of excellent initiatives where we are trying to approach society, students, teachers, governments, and so on. And I thinking on the side of a program, I was wondering which kind of science is behind all of these efforts, and how these efforts can be analyzed in a critical way, in a way we learn with them, in a way we will improve the approaches. That said, I was wondering, what's the role of people, of scientists from environmental psychology, for example, from communication, but also from the arts, like music, sculpture, and etc. How can we engage these other scientists in a way that we can improve the way we will have the science behind all these aspects? So this is really important, because the clients of FAPESP, the users of FAPESP, are scientists.
Yeah.
And we need to advance in science, link it to all these initiatives. So I don't have an answer, but I would like to listen and to hear you about that. What do you think about, and how your experience could contribute to this challenge of having different people together?
Yeah, I think it's a huge topic, because we need to transform this reality, and I think we have now these different profiles of scientific persons and profiles, and we need to recognize it. And the way to recognize it is not only inviting to schools or to theaters to show their abilities. We need to change the way we are evaluating us, to recognize that this is important for the profile of different types of scientific researchers that we already have in our systems. It's not a gap. We have these profiles, but we need to recognize it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like just to add that in São Paulo, we already have a very nice, productive, and diverse arena to find these people and get together. I think it's just a matter of communicating and establishing new partners. For example, when doing this type of research with my two master students that were far from my research line, I found some partners that helped us to understand and to apply the correct questionnaires on how to do the statistics related to it. So I think we need partners that are specialized in this area.
As I said before, I think what is important is really to have a kind of call for proposal that allows people to have some funding and some reason to get together and to build something larger. And because there are different disciplines, different artists that works here and there, but it's not organized yet, and we are still in silos. So.
Any other question from the audience? I also bring, do you have another? I'll bring some. Yeah, even before, I will summarize a few points, and that can raise, in case you can address. Because I was trying, as Alex said at the beginning, it was a lot of topics on that title when we received it. So I was trying to summarize throughout the discussions and the day, what can we have from this round table? A few things came out. First, an overall view for engaging and inspiring people. And I was missing one topic that just Camila brought at her presentation, and now came out in your question with Sabrina and everybody, that is the cultural connections. And if you look at the Vision 2030, that is the new white paper for the UN Ocean Decade, for engaging, inspiring society, came 4 drivers, and was knowledge system, we are here, communication, we are here, education, and the 4th is the cultural connections. So we need to understand our cultural connections with the ocean, and that brings all the social sciences and human sciences and cultural and artists to this discussion. It's also about science. But then we need to come back to your question. I think that we need to have a call and an opportunity that makes it's push. But we need to make sure that we have a community prepared to that. I know most of the people in this audience, I'm saying the ones that are present here, not who's online, but I know that most of us are from the biological institutes or the oceanographic marine science institutes in the São Paulo state. Is anyone here from arts, cultural, health science? And then I can continue a few topics. So those people probably is not, when they see PROASA, they don't feel they belong to this discussion yet. So I think we have a preparatory phase that goes beyond the ocean community for other professionals understand, as Leandra said, other buildings in the universe realize they are also part of this discussion, and that together we can go much further. And that said, one of the points was, I also remember what was the goals for PROASA yesterday in assuming leaderships and things. And I guess this topic can be one of the topics of engaging society where there is a lot from the South Atlantic, from Brazil and partnership with Pampa and the São Paulo state for that. Because if you get the last data from IOC UNESCO on ocean literacy scientific production, Brazil was in the 12th position, but was the first one in the global south. And when you look for actions, not on the scientific productions, it will be released now in the next ocean report in June. Brazil is the first in the world doing ocean literacy activities in the registering the UN Ocean Decade. So there is a global south movement popping up here, and that was only, I didn't have time to add with the data from Uruguay and Argentina, but there is a lot here where we can bring what can we learn from the global south? What can we learn from the South Atlantic and Antarctica that's already been doing? And I think that is one opportunity. So when Gilles asked in the morning, what does this program different? That is not only to be the Atlantic less studied. No, there is a lot on the cultural and engaging society that can be learned from this region.
So it's interesting because when you were talking, I was thinking here when I got inspired to study the ocean, to engage the ocean. And then there were some people and some figures that were very famous. And I think, how can we have these champions that will deliver the question, the message of the ocean? And I think we are creating, or we can witness the creation of some champions that are not from the science branch, that are in the communication branch. So Ronaldo knows a lot of these initiatives that are on TV, in the biggest program on Sunday night, showing the ocean in a very nice way, captivating. We have a very known family in Brazil, the Sherman family, that is also presenting their documentaries in this program. And this is a way to bring people closer, but we need to stress, to amplify this dialogue. In a way, we can also influence the stories they are telling, to certify that the stories are scientifically sound, not only inspiring, but based on sound science. And this is a challenge to build. They are supposed to be here too. So next time we invite them.
And I continue adding on that, because when they said about the call, so you need to prepare, you need to have the call, and then came in a lot of the discussions, especially in this roundtable, about the evaluation. And I think that we have 2 points here. First is acknowledge that the metrics need to change, but also recognize that some metrics are changing.
Yeah.
And especially for FAPESP, for example. So we have to apply for the grant with a CV, a specific CV format, that last year decreased from 10 publications to 5 outputs. And you can add other things at the end. So it is being recognized by the institution, but we need to remember that who evaluate are ourselves. So is the scientific community open to evaluate in a different way? Because I can see FAPESP, I'm giving this example with the change of the Sumula. I'm seeing CNPq with many points. CNPq is demanding in all the projects to have a working group, a working package in communication, education, and also supporting specific projects for this topic. And in the latest CV, we have now all the popularization of science metrics there. We can see CAPES changing the metrics for the social impact of our programs. So, but are we as individuals, as researchers, when we are the reviewers, giving opportunity for this, is highlight and say, wow, Camila has got a prize because she has done an outreach activity with girls for the ocean. Are we writing that in our reviews, or are we requesting one more paper?
Yeah.
I think that is one reflection that I would like to provoke.
Any reaction? Reaction.
Hello, my name is Francine, and I'm not an actress, but in 2019, I did a course with an actor to do my YouTube channel. And then I was very criticized because of this, because I'm a researcher. I made the doctorate, postdoctorate in Korea, and how I could leave this and be an influencer. You know? Then the pandemic came, and many influencers, and very place in the world. And then I can tell about people want to know how is the researcher. They don't know how we are. No, they don't know. And because of this, they don't know about our studies. And then we need to stay with people, talk their language, be influencers, and then we can go to Brazilian states, all the Brazilian states. Then we need to know, communicate with the language of the people. And the communication is very important. And we need to know that there are a group of communication in São Paulo that do research with communication in Antarctica, Interantar. And then we can bring this because of the Ronaldo told about the people don't know. PROASA, I don't know what is this, it's just for researcher. And then we need to stay around people.
Thanks, Marcelo. That's really important. I think that raises one point. Just to be clear with the audience, we'll continue a few minutes, okay, until we have the closing remarks. So I'm not taking time from the audience. We're just, but I think I want to highlight before the next question one point on this about the communication. We heard all the day and yesterday that how we need this science being used for different sectors of the society. And that is really important. This is about mapping the audience. Who are the groups we want to communicate that data or that information on the ocean or the marine spatial planning and so on, and identify what's the right tool for that group, what's the right narrative, what are the right terms we need to use. There is a full communication, a science behind it. It's not as a researcher only about getting our paper and just going to the mayor or the government or the person say, here is it. It's not about it. And I think that is something that we also, PROASA, can, we have a very good example in other programs from FAPESP where we can move from that step. If you want, we need a transdisciplinary science, as was pointed today, a transdisciplinary science involved to engage with those other sectors, but also involve us to speak in a different way and to be open to listen different topics as well. Yeah, have one more question there.
Hello, I'm Sandra. I'm from Interantar at University of Federal of ABC, and I work with Professor Silvia Dota, and I'm a biologist. I went to Antarctica, working with Antarctic fishes, but now I'm very happy to work with Antarctic communication and scientific education. And that's the point. We need to get some funding to do this, not only volunteers in a very great and big project like Camila told us. And I'm not from the culture, but last year we did the first polar movie festival here in São Paulo, and I was the coordinator. And it was a rude it's very difficult. It was difficult for me to work with culture, but it was very successful. We did partner with a very beautiful place here near the Paulista Avenue, very well located in São Paulo, and we opened to the public. we invited sailors, we invited adventure people, and a lot of scientific that created movies. Some of them was made from cinematographers. No, how can I say? Who do the movie makers, but very high, you know, directors, whatever. And it was in 3 days. It was very impressive. And we need this. We need funding. We need money to do this kind of things. I brought with me some books that we could publish about Antarctica for the elementary school. And we work with a lot of teachers that are join the Escolas Azuis, Escola Azul. And some of them told us that we have a very cute animal that is penguin, and the children likes a lot. And one teacher once told me that a student from the 3rd grade, she couldn't read, and she loved the book, and she started to read ice. In Portuguese is gelo, and then geleira, and then she started to read with a book about Antarctica, and it was so wonderful this. And children know something very distant from their habitat, like in São Paulo or Brazilian South or North, and it's amazing. And so I'm very anxious about PROASA, and that can see us, that we can, we want, and well, we can do this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Thank you very much. Not only for this panel, but all that had happened today, you know, very, very, very impressive presentations. And I just want to comment on the part about communication, because as you all know by now that I'm not an oceanographer, but I have worked with scientists in various contexts, in the IPCC, in the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, and of course now with PUI. The trouble that we have with scientists, I know they're all scientists here, that they are very precise. And a journalist would like to have a story. And I had noticed that even my colleagues in Woods Oceanographic Institution, the New York Times comes up with a nice big story, and there is one word that they used that our scientists did not like, and therefore they said the graphic that the New York Times wanted to use, they could not use it. I mean, as simple. Now, there must be a way to explain that, and you know, we have not learned how to do that. But we recognize that as a problem. For example, recently, last year, the Boston Ballet came to Woods Oceanographic Institution and said that we have a microplastics group, and they wanted to have Sur la Mar, as a Boston Ballet production. And the conversations between the production company, the ballet dancers, and our scientists is really quite impressive. So we need to learn new ways of communicating, and we need to also learn how to get this word to younger population. And then when they grow up, they get into that. And again, Hui has done that about the mesopelagic zone, a children's book. Lots of things that are Alvin, the submersible, does, another children's book. I mean, things like that. We need to really learn how to get there. And it's not just education for the younger people, but even the scientific community needs to learn the value of getting it out into the public. And for example, all the presentations that we have seen today, There should be a way to get them out in ways that public understands it and realize the value of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And I think this highlights the importance of communication to mapping the audience. And one thing that can contribute to PROASA and to FAPESP is understanding that as researchers, as scientists, we were not trained before to communicate in the right way. So now also, how can we, in PROASA, maybe assume this, the training for the researchers? So we need journalists and artists and all the other groups being trained on the ocean topics to use the abilities, the skills already. But we also need to have scientists trained to communicate in the best way. A few years ago, there was a program supported also by FAPESP that came from the British Council, the Researcher Connect. And that was an amazing experience throughout Brazil, leading with researchers on that topics. So I guess this is one point that can make a program be different, guaranteeing that through partnerships, working and governance, but also as training, we have a community with different groups, different professionals, and know how to communicate in the right way. And that said, I guess we can now acknowledge, and I would say a big thank you for all the audience and all the questions and comments, but also thanks Camila, Sabrina, Juan for your presentations and sharing your experience. I guess we learned a lot about education, communication, governance, different systems of knowledge. That is for sure one of the pillars that can make all the difference for the PROASA program. So thank you so much. And Alex, I will give the floor back to you.
Well, we have reached the end of our seminar. It has been 2 truly stimulating days. And to conclude this event, we'd like to invite the president of FAPESP, Professor Marco Antoniozado, accompanied by the French ambassador to Brazil, Emmanuel Lenain. The Consul General of France in São Paulo, Yves Dorfer. And also invite Professor Alexander Turra, UNESCO Chair for Ocean Sustainability and from Oceanographic Institute of the University of São Paulo. So, Professor Zago, you have the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, my friends, dear colleagues from Brazil, from France, from Argentina, from Portugal, from the United States. Thank you very much for coming. It is my light duty and honor to thank everyone for their participation in this conference that launched the PROASA program of research in the South Atlantic Ocean and Antarctica. I wish to warmly thank all those who contributed to make this program a reality. Researchers, organizers, the FAPESP staff, and the leadership of Alexander Turra, who represents at this table all the researchers who participate in this two-day conference. In addition to the São Paulo researchers community, we received representatives and participation from United Nations Secretary General's Envoy for the Ocean, the Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique, CNRS, Universidade de Buenos Aires, na Argentina, Brazilian Navy, the Atlantic International Research Center, AIR, in Portugal, the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution in the United States, the IAI, the Inter-American Institute for Global Change Research, IPO, the Brazilian National Institute of Ocean Research. And now we have been joined by His Excellency, the Ambassador from France to Brazil, Monsieur Emmanuel Lenin, and the Consul General in São Paulo, Monsieur Yves Tessier d'Offeia. Yes. Monsieur Lenin, Monsieur d'Offeia, I wish to thank, in the name of the State of São Paulo, the enlargement and the strengthening of the scientific and technological collaboration of our state with France, and in this way of Brazil with France. It is necessary also to mention the recent visit of President Macron to the University of São Paulo. I'm sure this will remain as an historical milestone in our bilateral relations. I am sure that the conference reached its aims, which were mainly to reinforce collaboration already in place, as well as forge new alliances. It was a strong kickoff, as I have said at the beginning. This was a kickoff. It was a strong one. But now we start working together. And my friends, see you all at our next annual conference in 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Zago. And now we give Professor Turra, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Zago, for your words and incentive and all the support you gave to this process, which we are launching in these days. So it's an important movement so that we have the ocean in our agenda, in our stage. So it's really important. And thank you for the possibility and the difference of being together with you, Ambassador Emmanuel Lenin, and the Consul General Yves Dorfel. It's a pleasure because we are building for a long time a very good partnership with France in their different arenas and in different areas. And your way of working is inspiring us a lot. So this partnership that brings together our colleagues from Argentina in this starting movement of PROASA is a very important milestone and very important push. I would like to say that this partnership goes beyond science, but it should be rooted in science. Next year, we have a bilateral year, Brazil-France, where we will do important things together. But next year is also the Ocean Year in France. And in the middle of next year, we will have UNOC, the United Nations Ocean Conference in France, in Nice, in June. And in the end of the year, we will have COP30 in Belém, in Brazil. And I was wondering, and I was trying to give this message or ask that this message could reach President Lula and President Macron, that perhaps we could have a bilateral year, an ocean bilateral year between France and Brazil. And this would be very important to push, to support our efforts to build science, technology, and innovation dedicated to the ocean. And I think PROASA is building science, but it's also building collaborations. strong collaborations, and this could be strengthened by such a movement of reinforcing this how can I say, collaboration. So I would like to end saying that this is really important, and say that we have very important and good partnerships with our colleagues from CNRS that are working here in Brazil. In the University of São Paulo, we launched the IRC last week with the presence of the President Macron, and I think we have a very exciting avenue to move on and to build things together. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here and to listen your message. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Turra. And now we give the floor to the Ambassador Emmanuel Lené.
Thank you, Professor Turra, for your kind words and for organizing this 2-day conference. Happy to say that the cultural year next year won't be only about culture. It's going to be, our two presidents decided it would be very large, encompassing all sorts of issues, including science. So please, prepare some events. I mean, the season of France in Brazil will start in August 2025 and last until the end of the year. And we expect such a great institution as yours, as FAPESP and PROASA, obviously, to prepare some events, some discussions, some exhibition, and some events. But you have to make fast, because we are right now in the process of selecting the projects. So please do. Mr. President, dear Marco Antonio Zago, thank you for welcoming us. Monsieur le Consul Général, comme d'habitude, we are blessed to have a great Consul General here in Sao Paulo and a great team, so thank you again. And thank you for all the participants coming from France. Monsieur Gilles Pinet, Scientific Deputy Director of CNRS, our great institution, and all the scholars and researchers coming from Argentina, from France, and from other parts of the world, and from Brazil, obviously. Thank you for attending. It's a great pleasure to see you today. Happy that we are there. Happy that seems that the exchanges that took place among yourselves during the launch of this new program by FAPESP for the South Atlantic and Antarctica is a great initiative to promote Antarctic science and to strengthen the ocean agenda in the region. As you may know, last week was an important one for our two countries. We had a 3-day state visit between our two presidents, and climate change and protection of the biodiversity was a central issue, and also a large part of the decision that were agreed between our two countries. In Belém, the state of Pará, our two leaders had ample time to discuss on the ways and means to strengthen their efforts bilaterally, but also on world stage in international organization to increase action and to find an effective response to the challenges. And as we all know, but I'm going to be very humble today, because I know that I'm surrounded by a lot of scientific expertise, and I'm quite lightweight on ocean issues, but I'm going to say a few things. Well, we all know anyway that it's very critical to the fight against climate change. And we know that the ability and the capacity of the oceans to absorb carbon dioxide is essential to maintain the concentrations at sustainable levels. We know also that it is estimated that the ocean contains 50 times more carbon than the atmosphere, and it is absorbed, but tell me if I'm wrong, yeah? 30% of the anthropogenic carbon dioxide emissions in recent decades. Is that true? Yeah? Yes. Well, you should communicate more about that, because obviously before preparing the few words I wanted to say to you, I was not fully aware of all these facts, and I think the general public needs to know more about that. So, healthy ocean is key to sustainable climate issues. And we've all heard the appeal that was made by the UNSG, Mr. Guterres, during the recent UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon. We know that we must make a collective commitment to halt and reverse the decline of oceans' health. We know that the deterioration of this health and the impoverishment of its biodiversity will lead to losses with visible consequences. We've witnessed in many of our countries already some rising sea levels. We've seen also some sort of acidification of the oceans caused by an ever-increasing level of carbon dioxide, and we've seen also the different heat waves that are leading to coal bleaching in many countries. We don't have anybody from Australia here, but it has been massive in this country, obviously. And that's why we want, and my country, and no Brazil also, want really to accelerate the negotiations to adopt an international treaty against plastic pollution. You've heard about all these initiatives, about the BBNJ treaty. You know that we're very involved. We know also that our countries are making efforts, that France is going to host, but I will come to that in a minute, a big summit next year in Nice, because we know that the oceans and their resources are really key for the future of humankind. We know that roughly 3 billion people on this planet depend directly on the oceans for their living, for their livelihoods. And we know that our two countries, Brazil and France, are key players in this respect. Brazil, obviously, with the so-called Blue Amazonia, 8,500 kilometers of coastline, it's quite something. And France, my country, was so proud to have the second largest economic exclusive zone, thanks to territories across the planet. So it's key for our two countries, and we want to get more and more involved. Our estimate is that 18% of the population in Brazil live by the sea, and 10% in France. By the way, I think it's a rather conservative estimate for my country. I think it's more, actually. Maybe it depends on the season. Maybe during summer it's more, but even in winter, I think it's 10% is not. No. Is there any specialist of this issue in this room? No. Well, it seems a more accurate estimate. Well, so it's great, important, and also for the activities. In Brazil, we know that fishing provides jobs for roughly 1 million Brazilians. In France, it's less, but 1 1.7% of the population is also active in activities related to the sea. So that's why at least my country is willing to get more and more involved. You may have seen the summit that was organized in Brest, that we called One Ocean Summit, and that was in February 2022. And you may know also that France in Nice in June 2025 is going to host the third edition of the United Nations Ocean Conference for Costa Rica, and I suspect that some of you will be present. All of you? Hopefully. Okay, you're very warmly invited. And this is not going to change, and I had the occasion also to speak directly with our president about this issue last week. Not going to change. We strongly believe that ocean protection can be an important cooperation area between France and Brazil. Brazil right now enjoys a great leadership on international stage with the G20 presidency, with the upcoming presidency of COP30 next year in Belém, and also as a country who is going to have a presidency of a so-called BRICS grouping. It will be important. It will be important for UNOC 3, and we know also, and I can see it, that Brazilian scholars and researchers, such as you, have a great role to play in this effort. The organization of UNOC 3 is also very symbolic. It will take place 10 years after the adoption of the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement at COP20 and the UN Agenda 2030. It's a very welcome high-level international event, and it will call for an international mobilization for the implementation of SDG 14. I mean, ocean issues are like climate issues in general, or everything linked to environment and biodiversity. Everything is on the table. What we need now is enforcement, implementation, where we have most of the instruments right now. We need action. Action by government, action by local authorities, by companies, by NGO. We need a coalition, but basically the instruments, we know the way and we know what should be done. For my country, the main goals are 6. The first one is obviously to preserve resources of our oceans. The second, to protect the marine and coastal ecosystems. Number 3, to fight against the effects of climate change. 4, to develop and promote ocean sciences. 5, to mobilize regional and marine areas. And 6, to accelerate the investment in SDG 14 and sustainable blue economy. This one is really key. Last Wednesday, I was very fortunate and I was at USP. We may have a few researchers from USP with us today. I see a lot of heads moving. Huh? Okay. It was impressive. I mean, my president was very impressed to come at USP. I mean, he had heard a lot about the reputation. As a Frenchman, he knew about the reputation in the 1930s in social sciences with such great scholars as Lévi-Strauss or Fernand Braudel, but he had heard also about other sciences and the current research going on. So it was a great moment. It was there to inaugurate the Institut Pasteur with a pre-free laboratory, and we were very impressed by the facility and by what we saw. There, the president confirmed the importance of our cooperation with USP and more generally what we want to do and build with the world of academics in the state of São Paulo. And our collaboration is based on excellence, on contributing to the understanding of the natural and social world, on exploring new areas of knowledge, and our shared desire to push back the frontiers of science. And I must say that because I spoke with the different authorities, that the people at Pasteur Institute and at CNRS, if I can speak on your behalf, are really impressed by the interlocutors and the partners they have found here in São Paulo. And they know that they can trust them, they can work very closely and find solutions to the challenges we are facing. And they also enjoy, and thank you, Mr. President, the close connection with business, with give some support and also some applications to the work being done. So thank you. It's a great environment to work together. FAPESP, I have no need to praise your activities and your strength. I mean, everybody is aware of this, and I want to congratulate the President. Maybe you don't know that the President has been awarded a great honor a few weeks ago. No, you're not aware of that? You are or you are not? Okay. Have you heard about the medal? I was created by our Emperor Napoleon I, some time ago, in 1801, I think. But maybe our Consul General, who is very keen on history, may contradict me. Was Institution of Légion d'honneur was which year? 1801? 1802, you see? 1802. Okay, that's the highest honor for any civilian or people from military in my country. And it's a great recognition, Mr. President. We're happy. And we're, yeah. And we're going to organize some celebration for that, and I hope that many of you in the room will be blessed and attend. Let me also say that we are very proud that last year CNRS strengthened its collaboration with USP by creating an international research center dedicated to transitions. It's an extraordinary boost to the mobility of students, researchers, and a way to produce joint scientific papers and research. And oceanography is one of the research area, I'm right, which is most chosen within this center. Great, keep on like this. We have a great tradition also in France of oceanographic research, partly due, as I said, to the size of our maritime territory. And CNRS has many of the leading scientists in this area, and they know everything about maritime biology, about the chemical composition of seawater, and many other things I'm totally ignorant about, but which are important. It's cutting edge, and I'm delighted that this program with PROASA will bring together all these resources and materials. So thank you very much. Thank you for attending. Thank you for the time you devote to this international cooperation. And thank you to the President. And I wish all of you a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you again. Hope to see you next year.
Also, next year, we'll have a FAPESP week in France as a way to commemorate our Journée Croisée. Ah, sim, claro.